All right, I think let's give it a start. Welcome back, everyone. Day 2. Today's an exciting, very practical day. I'll be doing we'll be doing some breakout rooms. I'll be sharing my screen. We'll be doing some live prompts. So I expect a few surprises depending on how the AI feels today. I'm just sharing my screen a little bit differently so I can swap between. I'm going to start sharing it now. So I can swap between the various applications without stopping and starting the presentation. So everyone should be able to see my PowerPoint, and then you should be able to see Copilot as well. Right. So we touched on mostly prompt engineering, which is obviously the core concept we're going to use going through the rest of the course. And we used it then as well to give us prompts for summary. So we started touching on how generative AI can help us gain productivity gains from, call it manual or long-running tasks we would normally do by hand. So we get the boilerplate, we then apply our human validation and judgment to it, and then proceed, obviously, either refining it or presenting it or delivering it. So you'll see in the chat, there are 5 multiple choice questions that are all anonymous. If everyone could just go through it and just submit some answers quickly. There should be 5. Just let me know if you don't see all 5. Any issues? Can I give a thumbs up there? Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah. Let's get a couple more responses in, and then we'll carry on.
Good morning, Dallas.
Morning.
Morning. Sorry, you said the questions are on the chat.
Yes.
Okay. On my one, nothing's appearing. Sorry.
So I found out yesterday there's 2 chats.
Oh, okay.
There should be, so the window where you see my face on the video, there will be a chat button there.
Okay.
That should break out a chat on the side of the window.
I also don't see a chat. Let me see.
You.
So I'm getting responses, so it's interesting. Okay, let me see if I can't. Let's do it again. I'm not sure why. Let's see. If I pin it. See. Interesting that some are seeing it and some not. Okay, I'll just do it again from the scratch. Right, so not to worry. First question will come. Okay, now. Okay. on. Okay, we should see, I'll just label this one number 1. We should see the first one coming into the chat shortly. And submitted. Do you see it now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Okay, I'll just do them one by one. Okay, I will post question 2. I think now that everyone is in the meeting, we should hopefully have no more issues with this going forward. Our question 2 is now being posted. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I think, just to make it quicker, I'll post the question with the answers, the options, and then I'll do a poll straight afterwards that gives us A, B, C, D. And we can move on. Yeah, give it 2 more minutes and then we'll carry on. All right. So the reason for the exercise was seeing what I just did there in real time is I used the AI to create today's quiz. Right. So that took me around 2 minutes. I then spent 5 minutes checking questions were accurate and valid to the various sessions. And that ratio, fast draft, human validation, is the pattern we're going to look at for today. So that is everything we're going to focus on today. Thank you, Andre. Perfect. Okay, so on your specific plan, you mentioned it. That's great. So that's going to help a lot. So yeah, I think another mental note is then just remember to say, please remember right at the beginning. Great. Sorry if I'm looking all over. I've just got various screens today to help share and get things going a little bit faster. Cool. So yeah, we look at, I'm going to just touch on here if we look at the slide now. So we did a recap. I'm not sure if anyone attempted the formative, but we can move on to that later during the day. What I did want to check is if anyone had any issues, and if there was anything you would want to change, you can put a comment in the chat. We'll address it later. I just wanted to bring it up that we will head back to it towards the end of the afternoon. Quick run through today. Session 4, right, is generative AI for visuals. So doing summaries, getting visuals from summaries, meeting notes. We got a couple of practicals. I'll do one, then we'll break out, and everyone else will get a chance to do that. Once again, all work can be used for POE because these now then fall into the various electives of the course. Session 5, we're going to look at error detection, right? So we discussed hallucinations and all that yesterday. We can do problem solving with this AI and the ethics around its use. And then we start off for after lunch, session 6. This is the big kickoff sort of project we're going to do over the various modules. We touched on Project Nova yesterday with the interview. And then we're going to wrap up and just discuss through the assessment, which everything is in the various notes sent. I know they did share my email, so yeah, I'm not leaving anyone in the dark. I have all the context with me, so I will reply to mails as quick as possible. And yeah, going forward, the goal is, with the assessments from my side is make sure there's the understanding and yeah, go forward. Danielle, do you have a question?
Good morning, everyone. Dallas, can you please add the Makat? So she never received an invite, so she's not in class. I'm trying to add her, but it keeps saying she's leaving, but she says it's not ringing on her side. If you can maybe try to add her, please, I'll put her name on the chat.
Okay. Is she in the lob? I'm just trying to think. Here. Okay. Let's see. Under people, I'll have to add. Sorry, and her name is?
It's Dimakatso Makoro.
Dimakatso. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. I remember from yesterday. Don't see her name in the list unless she didn't accept. So I don't know. I'm going to post the link to the meeting in the chat. If you can forward it to her, she should be able to click it and then join. I posted it in the chat. I can't add her without her accepting, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So like I said, today we're going to go deeper, and then we're going to put it, you know, so we're going to take the prompt engineering, we're going to take the work implementation we did yesterday, we're going to look at some visuals. I did check Copilot does do the visuals. It's a little bit different to some of the other tools out there, but rest assured we're going to do it live, and then we'll be able to visually see our text being transformed into infographics and images, quality assurance and ethics, like I mentioned, and then we're going to put this all together, like I said, and session 6, we're going to kick off everything. All right, so I'll do the slides manually. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to look at that SME onboarding workshop that we did yesterday. And the scenario is after that workshop, we had to circulate minutes within 2 hours, right? So what we're going to do is I'll run this one. Please follow along. All the info and docs were loaded into the SMS. It's the session plans. I'm going to get all the prompts, and you should all be able to see my Copilot. Okay, so we're going to attach the document that we used yesterday, and it is that session transcript from session 3. And now what we're going to do is we've got 2 hours, right? Panic sets in. How do I read a 15-page document? How do I get all the information? How do I pull out the various things that as BAs we need to communicate now to stakeholders and the people concerned with the project, right? So it's like meeting objectives. This is session 4, Andre. Sorry about that. So yeah, so we're in session 4 now. You know, so in the doc, we've got to do what was the meeting objective, what were key decisions, you know, any unresolved items, what are any action items. So what we're going to do is we're going to write a prompt, and I'm going to use what Andre found. I'm going to say, please remember, although I think I turned mine back on, please remember the following conversation. Okay, and then just a tip, remember, Shift Enter gives us the new line. AIs don't need it, but obviously for us to read it, it makes it a bit simpler. So what we're going to do is, like, now we're going to summarize the meeting we did yesterday. We've got the transcript. It was the one you did in the breakout room. And now we're going to say, summarize the following transcript from our Project Nova requirements workshop. I want the structure as follows, and use professional business English and highlight any compliance related decisions involved. But very simple. We can go, you know, a bit in more detail, but what we've seen here is that it looks like it's complete, right? So I'm intentionally pasting this, and we can see that, okay, we're missing some of the C's, right? So a better one is as follows. I'll just remove the unrefined. There we go. Right. So now we've specifically told it things we're looking for. We've given it more detailed constraints, right? We want to know any compliance obligations around FICA, POPIA, the NCA. We want open questions. We want unresolved items. We want the structure to be a numbered list. We've defined how it should look so that it's easy for us to validate afterwards. And then we've still been given it the instruction. Specifically with AI is we don't want to include conversational filler, right? So that's the adjectives and adverbs and all the English, all the fancy verbose English. And then an explicit constraint again is now we're going to say, do not add information that's not present in the transcript. So we framing the reply to say the source of truth is only the document. Okay. And let's let it run for us. Right. So now, all going well. It should be relatively fast. And now I'm going to scroll slowly. I've got any questions, just raise your hand. It will flag on my screen, but we're just going to quickly breeze through it. I'll stop. And you can see now it's given us something that it looks good. So we can do our first validation, right? We've got our headings. We've got key decisions made. I'm going to scroll back up. Don't worry. We can see, okay, our section 3 is there, open, unresolved. We did ask for action items. It started giving them to us. It's bolded them. Right. And then, of course, now it's going to ask us follow-on conversations. But what we're going to look at now is how accurate this has become. So we see now, say, point 4, it's now fully bolded. Right. So it's now followed the constraints, our instruction, the requirements of the layout. And you can see already, like, okay, I'm zooming into points 4 and 5 under section 2, 8 and 9. So already we've saved now a bunch of, 10, 20 minutes, if not more. And now we apply our judgment going through the document. So now we would look at identify anything that it's omitted, right? We go have a look, at face value, I'm not going to go into the detail, that will take us a lot of time, but this is now where you would go and say, okay, has it summarized it correctly? We were in the meeting, we have a gist. We could look for the salient points, right? So as from a banking point of view, did we have POFIA? Did we have NCA, any requirements, any FICA requirements? We can see at a glance, it's bolded them, they're there, and we would do more in-depth validation. What we then start looking for is any items that are oversimplified, have been merged together, or been omitted, right? So now we apply that human judgment. And because we asked it to highlight certain points, in banking, what would happen if the FICA decision was omitted from the official minutes, right? It would just look like we haven't done it or we haven't approached it. So, please share the screen that you're typing. Okay. It should be there. Okay. Right, so quick, simple, we spent a few minutes doing the prompt. Prompt took a little bit longer because we just had to decide. And once again, these are the types of prompts you would keep in your own sort of prompt library. And, we're going to do many summaries. What you can do then is just make it more modular. So if we look at the prompt again, okay, it does, we could sort of edit it and say, we can't edit it, give it more structure, change it for a different kind of project, specify we want credit related or home loan related, etc., etc. So at face value, and for the sake of the demo, you'll see there's a lot more detail and explanation in your learner's notes, is that the data is good. And the key point is that we added our first guardrail, right? Is that critical hallucination, as in do not add information from that is not in the transcript, right? So now we're framing it to a hard constraint. And most of the time they follow it 99%. we've just got to always be aware of that. Sometimes it will try and look at previous conversations, right? We did ask it to remember it, so just be aware of these things going forward. All right, so we got everything. We look at the validation step, right? Fika was highlighted, so it wasn't left out. We're making sure that our most important points are there. Now we want to generate a process flow, right? So people like visuals. How do we take a wall full of text and give us something that we could get? This diagram on the slide is just to give you an idea of what we're going to generate. Obviously, it's not completed. Now, doing a swim lane process flow would have taken, hour, 2 hours. What we're going to do now is learn how to prompt to get it for us. So bear with me as Copilot takes a little bit of coercing. I have done it previously, so if all fails, I can switch to that conversation. But what we have to look out for is, I'm just going to paste the prompt, is we're looking at an artifact that is not text now. So we're going to have to explicitly tell it, I would like an image. And in Copilot, we click the plus and we click the generate image. You can all see the pop-ups. I know some meeting requests, meeting programs don't show web pop-ups. Just give me a thumbs up. Everyone can see. Okay, perfect. Right, so we click generate image. And what this does is this just gives the model a pre-prompt, right? So create an image of. I like to just sort of go to the next line and then paste my prompt, right? And then we'll just word it out, and we're going to be quite explicit. We're going to say of a, right, so we'll just go back there. So we want a BPMN style process flow. We want the document. We want to use the information given above, and we're going to click generate. And it might come back to me and say, no images, exactly what it did. So this is good. So now we can see what to do. So what it's done is now is it's created it in text, which doesn't help us, right? So now we're going to go look and say, well, this is not exactly what we want, but it's now picked up. It's now picked up and asked us, do we want it in another type of input, right? So we can say, generate an infographic image. We still have to then go back and say, generate image of the BPMN as an infographic, right? So as expected, I'm going to get pushback from it. Let's see. There we go. All right. So like I said, I've tested this on the various others. Some gave you the image straight away. Some want someone just to be a little bit more explicit. So that's fine. So now we know that when we use Copilot in our 4 C's, we have to define things a lot more specific, right? Which is fine. And it can only be better for us. Now, that has saved us, I look at my skills using all of these tools, at least in 2 hours. Right now, it's easier to refine. We can change the format just by simply giving it another prompt, right? We look at the prompt, how to share. So I'll just flip to one. You can see here, this is one from earlier, how different they look. Same information, and I did it several times just to understand it. But what you can give is your your assets, your logos, your colors. You can then go and frame it around that. These are what we call SVGs. So they text images, easy to save, easy to change. You then just use the prompts to rearrange this. And here you have your first artifact, which you would download and attach. You can then obviously download it and use it in other prompts, other conversations. So yeah, this was an example. It's not a finished diagram, but it is a complete validated starting point, that would have taken us hours to draft manually. Now our job as AI-powered BA, as BAs, is to review, correct, and refine it in a diagramming tool of choice. Right. So let's assume for some reason, the tech, the engineering team wanted in a different format. We can then specify another prompt, and I'm going to just use Mermaid because most engineering teams would be able to put that into their dev tools. And we just do the same prompt, and hopefully it all applies and we get the same Mermaid syntax, right? So there you can see, very unflattering, but it's in what we call Mermaid syntax. And then this just sort of renders into a very primitive flow diagram that they can put in their coding tools. So we can now transform this in a matter of seconds, minutes, based on the prompts we have. You can ask it to generate publisher files, etc., etc. So the nice thing is that this thing knows everything. All right. Cool. Any questions so far? I don't know if anyone has been trying to generate images. You can get all the information. I added some extra stuff into the learner's notes so that we can, you can explore it. I've given another option there called structured text. So if you're using Visio or any of those other kinds of diagramming tools, you can understand it there. Right. Okay, so that's the visuals. There's not much more to visualization. Your mind is the limit, right? So let's look at one more. It's now said it can do a RACI matrix. We specifically want an image. So remember, always generate image. And in a few seconds, we should have a copy pastable RACI image. All right. I see it has given us some citations, so that's great. We can go and have a look. It's told us where it's got some information. It's offered us to put images in. So like I was saying, this is now a real productivity game for us, is using GenAI for visualization. Cool. We're going to head now onto a quick breakout session, and 4 groups today. So because we'll discuss afterwards what the goal is on this, and I want everyone to try and pick it up. So you'll see in the 4 groups, I'm going to post in the chat so that you can just copy it now for it, is we're going to take that transcript that we've used previously, right, from the meeting summary, and each group is going to have a specific task, right? And the key is to the key is to stay within that specific task, because we're going to compare it afterwards amongst ourselves of what each group did and how did we get the results and why we got these results, right? We're all using the same material, right? So that's the thing we're going to look at, is how the same data can look different for the same the same process. So I posted in there the groups in the chat. I'm now going to give you the summary. I'll just see if I can post it in there today, see if it helps us. Okay, it's just anyone doesn't have that. It's called session 3-4 workshop transcript. It's the one from yesterday's Project Nova. I can't add it to the chat because in the breakout rooms it will disappear. And you'll see the tasks there. I'm going to read it quickly and then I'm going to send the breakout rooms now. So group 1, your task is summarize key decisions made. Group 2, summarize action items and owners. Group 3, extract all functional requirements implied by the discussion. And then group 4 will extract risks and compliance concerns raised. And the flow we should look at, and I'll post in the chat, is as follows. Right, I'll read it out as well. Each group is going to write a prompt. You're going to run it. You'll review it, you'll correct it, and then we're going to head back and we're going to share it. And then we're going to all see how 4 groups produce different results and what we can, and then obviously we'll discuss the findings in that. So give me a sec. I'm going to just randomly, it's going to randomly split us into 4 groups. It should take around 20 minutes, and then we'll spend 10 minutes going through it and then go on from there. Okay. And I've got the chat up from yesterday. I know yesterday people just mention me. It does pop up and I can help with any questions or concerns. All right. Catch you all in a bit. Rooms are opening. You should all be magically whisked away shortly. Yeah, Ines?
Hello, I had a connection issue. I don't know if there is rooms.
Yes, which were you previously in the room or you just joining?
No, I joined in, but I think by the time you created the room, I was out because I was struggling with my network. The time I left, there was no room. You were so what do you call presenting.
All right, I will add you to a room.
I
Okay.
don't know, is the rooms the same as the one for yesterday or today? It's a total one, different one.
No, it's different. But I'll
Okay,
add you to the room and it will remember you for the rest of the day, and then we're going to break back out shortly. But
okay,
everything is in the notes and the documents on the LMS.
okay. Great. Forget about that now.
Okay.
Hello, welcome
Hello,
back.
Cody.
Look. Okay. So one person from each group, if we could just post in the main chat, because then it will be part of the handouts after the meeting, so that everyone can see what each task got. Who would like to comment? I'll give a question, right? And you'll see now as everyone posts inside the chat is how the same source can produce very different AI outputs depending on how we frame the task, right? And a question to think about when you view everyone's examples there in the chat is which prompt, surprised you the most, and why? And there are follow-up. There are follow-up questions in the session 4 learner notes that go into a lot more detail that will help prompt some thoughts around it. So yeah, just this was, don't stress too much. I know it could seem quite daunting, but it just becomes easier the more we practice, right? So we will be getting a lot of that after tea break and after lunch today. Anyone want to share some thoughts on their task? When Dealer had to leave for a fire drill, is anyone else that you not present, not back? Okay, all right. So all 4 groups, we all got the same transcript. Our outputs were defined by how we framed the task, the ask. Group 1's key decisions prompt would have produced something very different to a set of items than Group 4's risk and compliance and concerns prompt, even though we used the same source. So this is why prompt framing becomes a professional skill, not a technical one. The analyst, the BA, the analyst who frames the question shapes the output. And in a real project, different stakeholders will want different views of the same workshop. Our job is to produce all of them, right? Accurately, efficiently, and with validated content. So this was just the last bit of, prompt engineering of how we can take the same data and apply a different lens to potentially 4 or more different audiences from that same bit of data. Of course, we still have to apply our judgment afterwards, make sure that things are factually correct. And before we head to tea now, we're just going to do a quick 10 minutes on a section called quality metrics, right? And there are 4 quality metrics that I've just highlighted that will give us some sort of baseline to judge our work going forward and measure the value of what we're giving. So we look at lead time, right? So we did a workshop around a specific project. We now can apply these 4 quality metrics to going forward, right? So the BA who uses AI tools effectively should be able to demonstrate the productivity improvement, not just claim it, right? So we're going to go back to teams and managers, and they're going to ask how we're progressing, say, through this course, both the BA side and the BA AI side. We need to be able to demonstrate these efficiency gains, not just claim, I'm faster at doing this. The 4 metrics on the screen will give you a very simple framework for measuring and communicating the impact of AI on your BA work. This table is in a lot of detail in the notes, in the session 4 notes, so you can refer to it and keep it as part of your library of documents. So these metrics I've tied in are relevant to your summative assessment 5. So start tracking them. Start understanding how you can measure these things, because later on we're going to be using these as part of our POE. So if we look quickly, document lead time, right? What does it measure? So it's time from a workshop end to an approved circulated document, right? The AI impact you can bring to ABSA is, if we did it manually, we're looking at possibly up to 2 to 3 days. But if we use our Copilot, so our AI assistant, we should bring that down to 2 to 4 hours, right? What you can ask yourself going forward when you do these things is, how long did it take you to prepare this thing, and start understanding that the more you become skilled at prompting, the quicker this time goes. And then you'll obviously understand that what context matters more, what doesn't, and we can improve our document lead time. The next one is rework rate, right? So it measures the percentage of requirements that require significant revision after stakeholder review, right? So you're going to get feedback, change this, or, frame it this way. How we can bring impact is good AI prompts, plus our human validation, our expertise, our judgment, equals lower rework, right? Unvalidated AI output, right? So if we're not having a very diligent, thorough validation phase, we're going to get a lot of high rework back and possibly called out that this is completely AI. So we then move on to completeness. So there are some nice tools out there that are both available online and AI as well. We can use AI, is what we call a completeness score, right? So percentage of agreed requirements present in the draft document versus the full list from the workshop, right? So we can validate the AI output, add our implied requirements. Remember, the AI only knows what is said, not what is unsaid. Gives us a higher completeness than manual drafting alone. Okay. Interesting one, readability score. So this goes back to our target audience. We can use the AI to give us what they call a readability score. The main one is called Fleisch-Kincaid. I'll show you an example of it. This measures how easy it is for a document to read for its target audience. It's not concrete, it's just very suggestive. It does help. A lot of universities use it. AI can produce readable prose, but it tends to be overly technical. If you're giving it to a business audience, it can also be very verbose in the frilly language, English language. So we need to then be able to apply this score, which will then make it seem more human-like. I'll show you a quick example of, well, I'll explain quickly what the Fleischmann-Kincaid tool is, and you can use the AI to do it. So it measures various things, gives you a score between 0 and 100. It is used across industry, governments, writers, marketers. What it measures right there is obviously sentence length, word complexity. What we're aiming for is a score somewhere in the upper 60s to 100. Obviously, if we're doing a very technical brief, to, say, an engineering team or actuaries, and we want to keep it very technical, you'll aim for a lower score, as shown there. There's a whole lot of formulas for it. We don't need to know this. Why? Because the AI knows it for us, right? So we can just give it a piece of text and ask it to give us the Fleischmann-Kincaid score for it, and this will help us write better documents. Okay, I've mentioned just keep everything for going forward. In the text, I've given you some in the notes. You'll see there's some ready-made prompts over and above this, over and above the Fleischmann-Kincaid. Is how do we check our BRD, etc., etc. Now, the summary framework goes into deeper, ethics, error detection, etc. We're going to stop here. We're going to have a break for tea, and then we're going to head back into session 5 before lunch, and then after lunch we'll head to session 6. Any questions at the moment? Yes, William.
Hi, Dallas. Earlier
hi.
on, you did mention the 4 groups, and with each question, there's a different answer populated by AI. I just want to understand how is that possible, and how does it pick that it's different people asking the same question?
So the questions weren't exactly the same. It was based on how we framed the question, right? So we had 4 groups asking summarize. Yes, everything was summary based. But group 1 was specifically looking for key decisions made. That might go to a different audience to group 2's action items and owners. So what was meant from that exercise is that we can take the same information and we can reframe it and possibly reword it depending on who the audience is. Right. So we wrote the prompt, we ran it, we reviewed it, we corrected the errors given what our task was. And now we can share that across the various audiences. So as a BA, you have one set of meeting notes. Operations want the action items. Your compliance team wants your risk and compliance concerns. Here you can use one, and I split it up because there's not enough time for everyone to do each group, but you can then use 4 prompts to get 4 sets of different information from the same data going forward. I hope that clarifies it. But you can get very different answers based on your prompt, right? So it's changing a slight word will give you a very different answer than if you had the correct phrasing or framing of what we're looking after. So yeah, that's just showing the power of the prompting and framing our questions. And after the tea, I'll show you an example prompt I've done where you have 2-3 pages of prompt, but I know I will get the exact same answer every time because I've left no room for error. But like I said, this comes with practice, right? As we become more skilled in prompt engineering, you'll find you'll get more stable, what we call idempotent answers, the same thing every time. So we'll take a break here, and then we will head back for session 5. So let's make it 10:45, 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay.
Ek lag vir Jaco. Nee, ek moet lag want ek lag net om te kyk hoe word julle deel van die span.
Nou, los die dan. Yeah. Welcome back. Everyone here. All right, let's kick off session 5. All right, so this is going to be the most critical thinking intensive session of the program. Sessions 1 through 4 have taught us how to use AI productively. What we're going to start touching on now is why unvalidated AI output is a professional and regulatory risk. And it's going to equip us with the systematic skills to catch errors before they cause any kind of harm. So at the end of the session, we should be able to identify and categorize the 6 types of AI output errors. non-testable, factual errors, omissions, contradiction, ambiguity, and regulatory gaps. We're going to then distinguish between, you'll be able to distinguish between AI true positives, so valid findings, and false positives, incorrectly flagged issues. We'll then apply what we call the human in the loop quality workflow to AI generated documents. We will apply 4 business ethic principles that apply the most to us, being popular compliance, transparency, fairness and bias, and explainability to real ABSA BA scenarios. And then we'll be able to start producing a 3-step iterative prompt sequence for complex elicitation tasks. So this will be our formative activity number 3 that we can complete and submit in time. And then most importantly, we'll be able to explain to a stakeholder or stakeholders what a BA is responsible for when AI is used in a banking context. So we're going to look at the various areas. We are going to, I'll put them up here. They are worded slightly different in the book, just with better descriptions. This is just a slide to show us. And what we're looking for, and I've given a quick reference there so that it's easy to print out, is hallucinations, right? So hallucinations are very confident, plausible answers, but factually incorrect. Factual errors, so things we can verifiably know as incorrect or incorrectly referenced. We can look at omissions, so it leaves something out that should be there. This can happen quite often because it might interpret a prompt differently. You can go back and play around with the exercise we did at the beginning of today's session, where it can start leaving our calls to actions depending on wording used. So interesting exercise to play around with and understand how it all works. We can get contradictions. So 2 requirements or 2 parts of the same requirement will give us conflicting behavior. Ambiguity, so things that are vague can be interpreted more than one way, and it's leaving our audience or the stakeholder given the document room to guess what is implied. And then obviously relating to us in the banking is context mismatch, right? So this is a requirement that is technically complete but fails to include obligations required by a specific law rule for governance. So the human in the loop term that we're going to start practicing with is we'll use AI to flag issues. We're going to be validating it, and we'll decide whether it's a true or a false positive. And then to reiterate the whole thing again, is a BA who submits unvalidated AI input owns its contents, right? So we're signing off on it. It's our name. And we always have to make sure that we do the correct validations. All right, so now we're going to do a quick example of what we've just discussed and run through the results so that we can understand how these 6 potential errors come in. Okay, so you have the data in the documents. I've copy and pasted it already, so I'll run through it for you. It's in the file called session 5. I'll tell you now, session 5 flawed requirements. But I pasted it, so we'll run through it like this. Basically, our requirements 1 through 10 are there. And we're going to apply this prompt that says, using our 4C framework, act as a quality assurance specialist with expertise in the South African in banking regulations. So what you might notice with that first sentence is that when it starts thinking and generating a reply for us, it might do a web search and you possibly see government sites and Reserve Bank links being read, etc., etc. So you can also get a visual validation of where it's getting its data. We then say, here's our action: review the following list of business requirements for a new Absa mobile banking password reset feature. You'll remember we used this from yesterday. We did this exercise yesterday. We're now asking it to do the first round of QA validation for us. So we want to look for ambiguous or vague. We want to look for incomplete or missing details. We want to highlight things that are untestable. We want to look for contradictions. And we're looking for the missing regularity considerations, relevant to us. And we list them. So we're looking for it to specifically validate those. There can be more. We can do it. Now we define how I want it to look when it comes out. So for each issue, state the ID, name the issue type, explain the problem, suggest improvements. And if there are no issues, just give us the ID and no issues found. But pasted it in, we will execute it. You'll see it goes relatively quickly. And now we're going to go through and we're going to assess this at a requirement level. And we're going to walk through it all, and let's all go through it, and then there'll be an exercise after this where we will pick up doing this ourselves. Okay. So let's have a quick look. So I am looking across multiple screens in case there's chats. It's now returned us quality review of our requirements. Requirement number 1, it's found an issue. The interesting part is this is a different output to running it earlier, but the same results. All right, so requirement 1. It has flagged it as non-testable or untestable. It's given us the problem, right? So words like quickly and without unnecessary delays. What I'm going to do is to read it is I'm going to just paste requirement 1 so we can read it, and then I'll delete it. Let's just do that. Sorry, I didn't think about that. Requirement 1. Okay. Hopefully you should all be able to see that. If not, just let me know, shout out. Okay, so if we look at requirement 1, the system shall process credit score calculations quickly and return a result to the loan origination platform without unnecessary delays. So it said the problem is quickly without necessary delays. They're subjective, right? So for us, this is a bad requirement. There's no measurable performance. It's suggested how we fix it, right? So the system shall return a credit score result to the loan origination platform within a time period. It's chosen less than 2 seconds for 95% of the requests during normal operating conditions. So this now narrows it down for our engineering team or the people building the application or the feature, exactly what we want, right? So as explicit as we are with the prompts to get the right answers, we need to be as explicit as BAs to our engineering team or product team, wherever this goes afterwards. So the AI has correctly flagged requirement 1. So this is a non-testable requirement. It's a true positive. We now should have some more confidence in that the AI as a QA is going to hopefully give us exactly what we want. So we can accept this finding and we rewrite the requirement with a measurable SLA. Great. Now we look at requirement number 2. Okay. It's found no issue, but we have, let me show you a quick example. We noticed in the first run, requirement 2 had an issue. In our latest run, it's found no issue. Right. So exactly what we wanted now is we have a contradiction of the same data being interpreted 2 different times, 2 different ways. So what we need to do now is make a note that potentially we should run these things more than once. Gives us a better feeling of confidence now. Now we should have that feeling of, okay, what else did it miss? So we need to re-prompt it and say, I've had a difference between running it 1 time, running it 2 times. Now, it could be that it's misread too, and if we look at it, the system shall integrate with internal apps and credit bureau feed and the TransUnion API to retrieve application credit history data. So what exactly is the system supposed to do? You know, how many ways could you interpret notify? I see it's even confused itself even more, right? So let's just have a quick look. I'm glad we got this now. Don't worry, it is me pasting the wrong prompt in. I'm still human. Let's do it. Let's do it again. Sorry, I took the next exercise as one. My apologies. Here's our correct prompt. The same prompt. I've just now given us the correct requirements. Let's just pull those up. Second. Here we go. So we'll do this in real time. Okay. Go back. Stop. There. You go. Right, so we just happen to be lucky that the requirements 1 and was the same across both. It's flagged again. I'll just quickly go through it. Right, fast and unresponsive, no measurement. It's now suggested we reword our requirement to have specific measurable items. So 3 seconds, 95% of transactions under normal operating hours. Correctly now, requirement 2, which just says, following a successful password reset, the system shall notify the user. So what is the issue type? It feels incomplete. The requirement does not specify a notification channel, nor the content. So we ask, it's asked itself. So what exactly is the system supposed to do? How many ways could we as BAs interpret that? This is ambiguity, incompleteness, right? So we've left it very open to interpretation. And we'll get a result from our team in the product that is something we don't expect. So now if we look at the suggestion is following a successful password reset, the system shall notify the user via their registered email address and mobile number with a confirmation message indicating time of reset and instructions for reporting suspicious activity. Right, so we can see now how the QA and the AI, the QA AI is now helping us fix our requirements, which doesn't mean we wrote bad requirements. We're just using the tool to help us get more detail, right? So we could have corrected this. We could have been in a rush. We could have been doing it sort of, in between various tasks. This is what this exercise is going to help us do, is understand we have a QA assistant as well, right? We look at 3. I'm not going to read it out, but it's very specific. You can see it there on the screen. It's flagged it as a non-issue. The requirement is clear, it's complete, it's testable, it's aligned with security best practices, and it's suggested we could probably cross-reference with POPIA or FICA obligations, but nothing is missing that it's found. We start getting now to requirements 4. So it's found a potential regularity gap, right? So locking an account for 24 hours may conflict with FICA, risk-based authentication expectations if the user urgently needs access. So simple fix, let's improve the wording, state some measurables, and how do we test it? And how do we correct it, right? So in 24 hours, we've now gone down to 30 minutes. The system, and then we give obviously more detail and we go forward from there. Number 5, we found nothing. We've given a time, we've specified a testable criteria, 15 minutes. We've given it an option, so which shall occur first. And then we've also stated what happens if the person takes too long, right? So it's clear, it's measurable, it's aligned with expiry link best practices. Number 6, right? So all password resets attempts, including timestamps, and we list through all of this. What is it found, right? Once again, it's become ambiguous. What is once the purpose has been fulfilled, right? So it's subjective. POPIA requires us to have a defined retention periods, not open-ended interpretations. Once again, it's helped us move things back into regulatory domains and given us exactly where to look for it in POPIA section 14. So what it's given us now is the ability to go and check further. Is this actually in line with the offending section? We look at number 7 now, right? Very short prompt requirement. The system shall allow the user to initiate a password reset using either their registered email or their registered mobile number, right? It looks good, it looks complete. But what we've left out is, and it's rightly pointed out, is what are the verification steps? exactly. This is an omission. It's now gone, and we've had an omission on the requirements, giving us an answer, and we go forth in going forward. Number 8. This is a type contradiction, right? So these are generally hard to spot as our replies get longer from an AI. So these requirements, obviously AI generated from yesterday. It finds the problem for us. It's now telling us where our contradictions have occurred, right? So we're looking at mandates the deletion of logs after the purpose is fulfilled, but yet we should require to keep log for a period of 5 to 7 years from a technical background. So great, picked up our contradiction. We now then have to make a judgment call and validate which is the correct way to go forward. It's now offered us policies, law, etc., going forward. So while not perfect, we now have insights into how we can use AI from creating the requirements to helping us validate the work as well. We've got a nice summary with our issues, explaining where we've gone wrong, and now you can prompt it to go forward, and you can iterate this going forward, and you can say, regenerate the requirements for me with all the fixes in, and we can then use that for further prompting. So regenerate with correct suggestions. Now, okay, there we go. We can then now take this back into our BRD, validate it against bigger context if we want, and go forward. As you'll see, these conversations will keep going. It will keep drilling down until at such time we've told that we're happy, we're going forward. We're happy to go forward. Now, so the AI has correctly identified various requirements as ambiguous, missing data, contradictions. It found some regularity, things missing. The question I ask is, who's responsible for catching these issues? Chat or unmute.
The PA?
Exactly. Right. So we are always responsible for any omission, incorrect data, incorrect citation, not the AI. And this is why human oversight is non-negotiable. And I'm sure at some point you'll get tired of me keep saying that, but the human in the loop is what gives credibility to the AI's responses or the data we're going to use from it. But and you've seen in the news that AI, there's people that say it's just rubbish, it's just regurgitating. To an extent, it's true, but to an extent as well, it's also truthful. And there are a lot of things that we as the human in the loop are always going to be required for. I'm not sure what the future holds in 5 to 10 years, but as it stands now, we will always be required as BAs, and this role is definitely going nowhere, because the vital points of requirements, the analysis of it, understanding the context, the regulations and the business requirements, and most importantly, communication, it still lies with us. And we just now have a tool to help us go forward a lot quicker. But it also has limits. right? Valid findings. We look at the AI flags, the system shall be fast, ambiguous, no measurable thresholds, legitimate QA catch. There was a false positive, right? Is that and this was specifically worded in the prompt to let it go, is so it flags the popular data deletion requirement as a missing performance and an issue. But it's not performance based, it's obligated, it's an obligation, right? So the AI doesn't understand regulatory context, right? And like we discussed, this is up to us to catch these. What we could do, right? And I'm not very versed in the POPIA Act, but you could then upload the Act. I know they're all downloadable, and you can ask it to verify it for you, right? So yes, we're using the same tool that made a mistake to help us find the mistake or correct the mistake, but we're giving it that source of truth now. So here's the gazetted POPIA Act. It mentioned section 14. Please, extract section 14 for me, or we can go and open the document and validate going forward. Okay, so the next step before lunch is a group exercise, very similar along the same lines we've just walked through now. We're going to break out in what I call just a red pen exercise. So we're looking for flaws, right? The document tells us it's a flawed requirement. There are at least 7 errors, gaps, and issues. We need to then categorize this as a group and go through it. All right. So you should all have the docs from the LMS. It is called Session 5 Flawed Requirements handout. And we're going to apply that, what we've learned now, to the document. Everything is inside there. I will quickly, let's go through the document just so that we can all see it. At some point it will expand it for me, so we don't have to. Right. You should all be able to see that. Zoom in a little bit more. Okay, it's given us in the document, the scenario is there, the instructions, the 6 types of errors we're looking for. I've given you the requirements. These are the ones I pasted incorrectly before. I was ahead of myself. And then we'll discuss it afterwards. So let's break out. Are you happy to keep the same teams as earlier? Or would you like smaller teams? Anyone?
Same teams are fine.
Okay. Let's see, we have switch it up. And we have 1 for 1. So the next person to vote will determine where we go with this. Okay. 2 for switching it up. All right, let's do that. Once again, ping me if you need anything, but this is a fairly short exercise. We've got about an hour. We'll break for lunch and carry on from there. Okay. So I'm going to switch it up. There are 25 of us, so that will give us 6 teams, smaller. Great. All right. 1 second, rooms are opening. And see everyone shortly.
Dallas,
Yes.
I keep on being kicked out of the entire lesson when you moving groups or moving us to into excuse me into rooms or the main platform. This is the second time I got kicked out.
All right. Which room? Let me just see which room it's put you in. Room 2. Okay, let me try forcing it. Let me know if I'll see if you come back. Otherwise, it's worked. Let's try that.
Ah,
Was nou.
like, uh,
Yeah. Oh. Welcome back, all. I hope you all had fun finding issues, finding errors. Right. So we read through the requirements. We had to identify and categorize the potential issues or errors. I did see some interesting results flying through the different rooms, and I wanted them. I hope they were AI generated, because some looked really good, and I hope we're getting the benefit from it. Right. So, who wants to? This part will be interactive. I am not going to do much talking, but who would like to state the errors that they found and which potential errors stood to make the most impact for ABSA? Yes, Amanda.
Hi, yes. I'm still busy actually copying and pasting here. But
Okay.
it makes for interesting outcomes. The one thing that stood out a lot was omission. And then second to that, ambiguity. We finally managed to get one contradiction. But yeah, just interesting. Some of the stuff that we picked up is it does impact the outcome, how you probe AI. The one thing that I was just not sure with, which we should or not do, is also potentially update all the other errors that maybe sub errors if to the primary one, for lack of a better explanation.
Yes.
But yeah, it was quite interesting, and also how you then position, and I think there's some work that we still need to do in terms of what the fix. There's various fixes that comes up, and it's all for me, or for us, it was about that particular fix. Does it speak to the error that you have identified? That's my verdict.
Yes, and it should have given you that sense of feeling that BAs are going nowhere in the land of AI, right?
Mhm.
Is that your judgment still gives, it makes it, you have that feeling where something's not right. It does give a lot of errors. There are fake errors or false positives. There are legitimate errors, but then it also tries to give more, which then leads us to try and imagine errors. Are we trying to now, because it's suggested something, now we start, and when I was creating these exercises based on the work Evans goes through on the BA stuff, I started thinking, you get that feeling of, oh, maybe there is a problem. And then you dig deeper. Oh, yes, I find it. But if you look hard enough, you'll find whatever you're looking for, real or not. And that's where that whole judgment and our experience comes in. And why I'm breaking us into teams is because that peer review helps us, gives us sanity. We call it in engineering shaving the yak, right? That's the term we use, because for all of you that know, a yak is quite a furry, woolly bison, but to shave one will take you 100 of years, right? So hundreds of years, because it's that whole thing of the more you deeper, the more you find, until eventually you lose sight of what you're looking for. And the critical learning from this, and the feeling from what I'm getting, is the overcorrecting valid requirements is also a QA failure, right? So the AI can fail by trying to correct something that's not wrong, or make us believe it is wrong, or we believe it is wrong and it's actually not. So yes, interesting findings. I'm glad you felt that, because as much as we want AI to do all for us, we also have to understand that at some points it's not the gospel, right? We have to understand that we have to apply our own thinking to it.
Yeah, if I can maybe add or ask, I'm not
Yeah.
sure whether it's an add or an
Yeah.
ask, but it almost feels like a lot of the time that you're going to spend is going to be on interpretation. So AI gives you this open mindset, that's definitely extended to what you know and the way you would have thought about it. So it almost gives you the ability for 3-4 people's insights, which you would have under normal circumstances have either brainstormed or things like that. Now you have to look at which of this is relevant.
Exactly. Yes. And that's why we, you know, I look at, and the more you find that, the more you start wanting to still have in-person or people-driven meetings with the AI, right? So it's gonna give you a lot of things. You have to interpret it. But where it catches us, whereas if I'd given you those requirements or those findings, you automatic, and it's the human condition, is you automatically trust it, right? Not 100%, but your trust is more because I'm a senior BA. Let's say I've been at the company 10 years. I've done these before. So the interpretation sort of falls by the wayside because you have that trust. Now, with the AI, everything sounds so plausible, right? Everything sounds so good. Everything is great, but we don't trust it just yet, right? Because we know it's not foolproof. So yes, it becomes a bit tiring the more documents you get, and that's why in the 4 C's I added that constraint to limit data we get back, right? So that it doesn't become as tiring doing all of that. You know what I mean? It's a trap we can fall into, right? And I do it sometimes as well. And you get these essays and theses back from the AI, and you stop reading it, or you got to take even longer to read it now because you're trying to interpret all of this. But yeah, it's a good learning, and it's a good feeling you have. Always keep it. Don't lose it. Don't trust it explicitly.
I don't want to be the only one
Yeah,
speaking.
yeah.
Can I just ask one more question on top of that?
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
it be that even though AI gives you one element, like for example, it gives you omission as a stronger one, but it
Yes.
also gives you the option of ambiguity as a second option, okay?
Yes.
Can it be that as long as you interpret it properly, your answer is correct?
Yes. So you can, the interpretation, and that's the human part again, I'm going to bring that up, is there's nothing that's right or wrong in that process. What is right or wrong is whether the facts are right or wrong, right? So those will always be black and white. But you could say, okay, fine, this was a non-testable, but it could also be an omission, right? Because we omitted something that would make it a testable item. So yes, it can be both. It's subjective to how we do it. And I always feel in my product design sessions and feature design sessions that we review it afterwards. So everyone sort of, we'll have the session, we've all got our AIs and we're prompting away like crazy, and we're swapping ideas. Is a good practice is from the follow-up then is submit the documents out of that setting, right? Now you'll approach it with a clearer mindset, an unbiased mindset to what you've had. Because those should read a lot easier when you're not focused on them. But yeah. Wandile.
Thanks, Dallas. This actually reminds me of a rabbit hole I once went through. I was doing Power Automate, and I was looking like for a code or way to go about figuring a filter array. So even though I wasn't clued up with a code or a way to go about, I could tell that what the output of my prompt wasn't accurate, because I applied, as you would say, it's a co-pilot, not an autopilot. So it's just a point I wanted to make that, and I wasn't aware that I was actually looking for errors because of that rabbit hole. I just went on until I fixed a prompt, and then it gave me something that I could work with, and it actually worked.
Yes, and it happens so often, and my experience and suggestion to everyone is amongst yourselves outside of these modules now before the next one, practice and send each other a prompt or two, or did you get the same, or oh, I wrote this, validate it, kind of thing, because what that will give you is that sense of where to draw the line, because you can go deep and you could take something very correct and make it very wrong. Right. And that's the hard part, is knowing when to stop in that rabbit hole. And it's one of those things that you wanted to bite you with your peers in an informal setting than in a BA document you're handing to stakeholders, right? So practice the rabbit hole stopping with each other, because you're all in the same course, right? You're all going to come across these same feelings. You're also going to get to a point where you're going to have that feeling, that elation that, oh, this is so correct and it's so great, but it's actually could be wrong, right? So rather fail with friends, if I can say that, going forward. But just a quick one before we break for lunch. I just want to know, did every group find requirement 3 as a problem? Or who didn't find requirement 3 as a problem? Let's put it this way, who didn't find requirement 3 as a problem? Just give me a shout out or a thumbs up in the chat there. Okay, great. So everyone got requirement 3 as an error. I put that in because it caught me, right, designing this. So I didn't bother checking that section 22, and this was last year. And I thought, well, this is great. Let's see that it actually does generate things that are incorrect, which is great. So, the other ones that were potentially wrong were requirements 8, which was a copier omission, or potentially, and requirement 7 was the contradiction. That's how I should have picked it up. That's how I planned it. And what we have to look at is every one of these errors was produced by an AI tool that was working exactly as designed. It had no way to know that in requirement 3 that the NCA section was wrong. It had no way to know that performance figures in number 7 were contradictory. We do, you do. That's what makes us and you irreplaceable, right? Is that, yes, and you'll hear it as these AI tools become more and more open, specifically in enterprise. I did this and it gave me this reply. I don't need BAs because engineers will tell you that all the time. I can draft the documents, just give it to me. But what they don't know is the critical parts that are either regulatory or business process. It's not just a functional requirement. It's not just the feature we're building. So, yeah, this happens a lot in the real world. AI produces plausible sounding but flawed documents. Our job is to catch them before they reach a stakeholder. you might get that feeling of it might not be adding the productivity gains you expect. What we can do, and I suggest for that, is revisit these docs. There's a lot of insights into, in the session 4 doc, I put in, like words, prompt specifically, if you're using it in Word or the Excel, you can at least see how the noise has changed. Always go back to the prompt. Everything starts at the prompt. Our problem starts at the prompt. The correct data starts at the prompt, and context, right? Amanda, you've got your hand up still.
Yes. Now, I just
Yeah.
wanted to ask, can I just ask the ladies, or anybody that has been in my group, just to check the chat, because I just want to check, because I just want to send the document that we worked on to everybody. And I just want to make sure that it is the right 3 people. That's the one thing. That what I actually wanted to ask you is that this document, when we do the submission, it speaks to the fact worked in a group, but it's still your own input. Am I right? So you're only going to put your name, not the group's name.
Yes, and
Okay.
what we actually and what we're going to do for after lunch is we're going to breeze through the formative assessments, and the one that's in the actual BA workbook. There's one that's there already. We're going to go through it all. There'll be what we're going to look for. So we're going to spend the after lunch just going through that, because while you can work in groups, that is fine. I have no problem with group work. Obviously, you would need to manage that not just one person does it and everyone gets the free ride, because then you don't learn. So we'll go through that all after lunch. I'm happy for groups. I'm happy for individual. I would like everyone to at least go through those various sessions 1 through 6 and fill in the things, run them yourself. Take an evening over a cup of coffee, take about an hour or 2, or split it out before module 2. But yeah, group work is fine. You can decide how you want to do that from a work perspective. I know not all of you are in the same teams or in the same departments, etc., etc. So feel free, and then of course you can always contact me. Any questions around how you want to arrange that, that's fine. So yeah, it's pretty open. We're going to come back from lunch. We're going to touch on just 2 things: business ethics and AI in banking. That's more of a 10-minute conversation amongst us, because it's a reflection and peer learning we're going to do. And then we're going to go through activity 3, and then the big one at the end, and then we'll probably finish a lot earlier today. Because what I want to do is just to prep you. We're going to break up into groups, smaller groups. I want people to read through it and come back with questions. We're not going to do it. You can ideate over it. If you want to start it, you can start it. That's also good. It's more about asking me questions. Are you happy to go? Have I covered everything? Have we not? And then we'll go from there. Cool. So let's break for lunch and come back, say 1 o'clock. That's good with everyone?
Yes, thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
See everyone at 1.
Cool.
Happiness. Bye.
Bye. Oh, welcome back.
Welcome back, Alas.
Okay. Give it 1 more minute and then we can jump on ahead. Right, okay. Should be good. Let's kick off. So the last sort of theoretical section, and we just touch on it because it forms part of the greater business analyst elective. What's the 12891? We're going to look at which that elective is about business ethics.